call or to come together, principally in an academic gathering. In the wider sense of the term, in the modern times, it has come to be basically a graduation ceremony. JIPMER became an institution of national importance under the Ministry of Health and Family Welfare, Government of India in the year 2008. And since then, JIPMER has exercised its privilege of giving its own degrees and its own convocation that it convenes. Today, for the 13th recension of this very sacred and solemn ceremony for conferring degrees, we are honored to have as our chief guest a doctor, a philanthropist, who has transcended the frontiers of clinical care to revolutionize the management of cancer for an extremely underprivileged community in the Barak Valley of Assam through his people-centered and pro-poor programs, which includes, amongst other things, offering free treatment, food, lodging, and even employment for the caregivers. Dr. R. Ravi Kannan is a recipient of the Padma Shri, one of India's highest civilian honors, as well as the Raman Magsaysay Award, which is the highest award in Asia, often referred to as the Nobel Prize of Asia. You shall be seeing and hearing more about him as the day progresses, and it's with a lot of pride mixed with a sense of reverence that we welcome our illustrious chief guest for today's program. The function for conferring degrees upon graduates in a university is the prerogative of the Chancellor and the Vice Chancellor. And in the context of an autonomous institute, this is typically performed by the President and the Director respectively. As the sequence of events is going to unfold today, the Director will seek the permission of the President to declare the convocation open. And then the President will proceed to confer degrees on the successful candidate, who will in turn be presented to him by the Dean of the Institute. The Chief Guest and the guests of honor for today, all of them luminaries in their chosen fields of work, will lend to the entire process at a higher level of sanctity and respect, and give the degree recipients their experiences, values, and advice for their future life. For the students who receive their degrees, today becomes a day and occasion, the memories of which they shall cherish for several years to come, as they embark upon their journey to try and follow the advice that they receive. So the formal convocation and the conferment of degrees today will begin with the arrival of the chief guest and the entry of the academic procession into the hall, which is a very traditional component of the ceremony. The procession will be led by the registrar of the institute, who will be followed by the heads of various academic departments, members of faculty, the president, the chief guest, other guests of honor, and finally the dean and the director of the institute. We have roughly half an hour for the academic processions to begin. In the meantime, I request that all of you take up your seats in anticipation. I would also request that during the ceremonial proceedings of the convocation, the audience may kindly keep their mobile phones in silent mode so as not to interrupt the solemn occasion. Just to lead by example, I will do that right away. There are a few other do's and don'ts that I wanted to share with you. Please avoid going out of the hall during the convocation. If you have to go out at all, then please do it now, not during the time that the convocation is in process. Further, when graduates are receiving their degrees from the President, For the occupants on the ground floor, there are 2 exits each on either side. Please locate the one that's nearest to you. And there are 2 at the entrance to the to exit the auditorium. For occupants in the balcony, please note the 2 exits on either side which lead to the staircases and then to the main entrance. The main parking area in the assembly point will serve as the assembly point. In case of fire, please calmly proceed to your nearest exit. I request all of you again to kindly maintain silence, take your seats, and await the arrival of our chief guest, the president, and the formal academic procession which is going to follow. We are about half an hour from there. Ladies and gentlemen, please rise for the academic procession to arrive. I request all of you to maintain silence and keep standing at your places until the dignitaries have reached the dais. Yeah.
भुवि कलापि चलाखिलेशः।
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. We now have the welcome address and the initiation of the convocation proceedings by our director, Dr. Rakesh Agrawal.
Good morning. Namaskar. Vanakkam. Dr. Ravi Kannan, our honorable chief guest for the convocation today. "20 beds, 23 employees, and 30% treatment completion rate as its director. Over the last 16 years, he has worked to transform the center, and the rest is, as we say, history. I'll let you hear the story in his own words, except I would just add that that institution has now grown to 28 departments, 450 staff members, nearly 4,000 new cancer patients cared for annually, including several cared for at home and at locations closer to home, and the treatment completion rate of 90%. Dr. Kannan has also worked to bring together all community stakeholders on a common platform and created an organization known as the Northeast Alliance Against Cancer. Through all this, he has also worked to decentralize cancer care by setting up satellite clinics across Assam and Tripura to reduce the need for patients and their families to travel. First patient, we know how problematic that is. Set up a program to improve awareness of cancer and early detection. Recognizing his contributions, Dr. Kannan was conferred with the Padma Shri Award in 2021 and the Raman Magsaysay Award earlier this year. To me, his contributions are best summarized in the citation for the Magsaysay Award, and I quote, "The Board of Trustees recognizes Dr. Kannan's devotion to his profession's highest ideals of public service, his combination of skill, commitment, and compassion in pushing the boundaries of people-centered, pro-poor healthcare and cancer care, and for having built, without expectation of reward, a beacon of hope for millions in the Indian state of Assam, thus setting a shining example for all." Unquote. We are grateful to you, sir, for your very kindly agreeing to deliver a convocation address. Sir, my hope today is that your exemplary work will rub onto some of our bright graduate and postgraduate degree recipients today and guide them on paths as trodden by medical graduates. Next, I welcome Dr. V.M. Katoch, who as president of the institute, heads the JIPMER family, really needs no introduction, but I will nevertheless say a few words. Professor Dr. Katoch trained at Medical College Shimla, All India Institute of Medical Sciences, New Delhi, VA Medical Center, Long Beach, California, USA, and National Institute for Medical Research, London. He joined the Indian Council of Medical Research's Jalma Institute in Agra in 1978, where he undertook some very high-level research on mycobacterial diseases, particularly on newer methods for their diagnosis and treatment. He was director of that institute during the period 2001 to 2008, when he took over as Director General of Indian Council of Medical Research and the founder secretary of Department of Health Research, Government of India, a position that he held till 2014. Thereafter, till last year, he occupied the Nasi ICMR Chair on Public Health Research at the Rajasthan University of Health Sciences, Jaipur. He heads and serves on several scientific panels and committees of the Government of India and international bodies. So, over the last more than 4.5 years, you have provided this institute invaluable leadership. Sir, for that, the entire JIPMER family, and I in particular, are indebted to you, and we have benefited immensely from your advice and vision. I thank you for gracing the occasion today. Next, I welcome Dr. Ashok Kumar Saxena, who is a member of our institute body and has very kindly agreed to grace the occasion of our convocation today. Thank you, sir. I also welcome all our other distinguished guests, including Mrs. Sita Kannan, Professor Y.K. Chawla. As I said earlier, he's the chairperson of our standing academic committee and has played a big role in changing the curricula and our educational programs, and the past directors and family members of the institute who have very kindly joined us today. It is a matter of great honor for us when our elders join us for this function. I also welcome and congratulate all the degree recipients on their well-deserved achievement, as also their family members who are here to share the joy at the accomplishment of their awards. I now move on to my second duty, which is to provide a report on the activities of the institute over the last 1 year. Our first function is teaching. JIPMER is an autonomous institution created by an Act of Parliament in 2008, and we have 2 campuses, one here and one in Karaikal. We offer medical courses at various levels: MBBS, MD, MS, MDS, DM, MCH, as also PhD programs. In addition, the institute conducts graduate and postgraduate courses, as well as doctoral courses in nursing and other allied health sciences. Degrees for those will be awarded at a separate convocation, which is scheduled for tomorrow, October 29. At the convocation today, medical and PhD degrees will be awarded to 439 students who completed their courses during 2022-23. These include 14 PhD degrees, 45 DM and MCH degrees, 186 MD, MS, and MDS degrees, and 186 MBBS degrees. In addition, 6 persons will receive postdoctoral fellowships and 2 will receive postdoctoral certificates. On the education front, I'm very proud to inform this audience that in the National Institutional Ranking Framework, or the NIRF rankings this year, JIPMER, we have continued our upward march, moving from the fifth rank, moving to the fifth rank from the sixth rank in 2022 and eighth rank in 2021. That's an improvement of 3 ranks in 2 years. I thank the faculty, I thank the students because they are the ones who have made it possible. Further, in the overall NIRF ranking among all universities in the country, JIPMER moved up from 54th rank in 2022 to 39th rank in 2023, a whopping gain of 15 ranks. Similarly, the recent India Today survey ranked us as second among all institutions in the country offering MBBS courses. That's the first time we have reached that level, and we are proud of it. However, while these achievements make us feel proud, we do not wish to stop here. On behalf of the faculty, I can say that we have the will and we have the confidence to go higher. We know that we are capable of doing better, and we will do it by working harder. In the last 1 year, besides starting some new courses, namely 6-year integrated MCH courses in neurosurgery and pediatric surgery, seats for DM MCH courses in various super specialties were increased by around 30%. 6 new post-MD-MS courses, namely MCH in gynecological oncology, PDF in interventional cardiology, PDF in head and neck radiation oncology, PDF in pelvic radiation oncology, PDF in fetal medicine, and PDF in pediatric nephrology have recently been approved by the academic committee, and admissions to these will be made beginning January 2024 session. It just occurred to me how apt it is that of these 6 courses approved, 3 are from the field of oncology, and our chief guest happens today to be an oncologist. That's something that came to my mind just now. Following our convocation in 2022, when Dr. Abhay Bang and Dr. Rani Bang were chief guests, there were requests from students and faculty for an opportunity for our interns to work in the field in rural setting. In keeping with this, we have decided to introduce elective posting for MBBS interns in rural centers outside JIPMER, so that a part of their PSM posting they spend in real life settings from the next batch. And I think that's going to be in line with what we are trying to move towards public health. BSc nursing and MSc nursing curricula have been revised effective from this year. Many other curricula were revised last. Recognize that teaching learning cannot happen without high quality evaluation. An online computer-based system has been introduced for evaluation of scripts of theory internal examinations. This is a harbinger for moving to full online evaluation of final theory papers before the students sit for the practical exam, both for graduate as well as postgraduate courses. This, we feel, will ensure that evaluation of theory papers, the cognitive skills, receives its due attention, which is not possible when theory papers are checked along with the practical exam. Next, I move to research. On the research front, in recent years, our emphasis has been not only increasing the number of research proposals, but on improving their quality. This, the research division, and I believe, is reflected in the steady increase in the number of extramural grants that we have had approved, with 59 new extramural projects sanctioned during 2022-23. The institute received rupees 16 crores as extramural research grants during the year 2022-23 and has already received rupees 9.2 crores during the first 6 months of the current year. In addition, during the year 2022-23, the institute sanctioned intramural grants of rupees 2.1 crores to young researchers, by which I mean MD, MS, MDS, DM, MCH, PhD, MPH, and MSc students. During 22-23 During 2022 to 23, the institute faculty and students published 1054 papers in scholarly journals, the first time we crossed the number of 1,000, besides several books and book chapters. A new animal house building costing nearly rupees 30 crores is ready, awaiting municipal approval for it to be occupied. A beginning in bioinformatics has been made in the form of a small facility with one staff member, and hopefully we'll expand in the next few years. Over the last 1 year, the research division organized several workshops on diverse topics, including biodesign, graphics for publications, grant writing, scientific writing, systematic reviews and meta-analysis, statistical methods in analysis of observational studies, how to manage funding research projects, and human bioethics. We celebrated the 7th annual research day on March 9 to 11. The scientific committee instituted several modifications in the program, which led to a major increase in participation from all sections involved in research in the institute. The third pillar, patient care. Our hospital, with more than 2,200 beds, provides both acute care and specialty-driven healthcare services, with nearly 8,000 patients attending our outpatient clinics and nearly 500 patients attending the emergency services every day. We are doing kidney transplant, liver, bone marrow, and hand transplants, and provide advanced diagnostic, cardiovascular, neurosurgical, and oncological services, among others. In the last 2 years, several new facilities have been started, or rather I should say in the last year. These include an additional 24/7 operation theater for neurosurgery, additional operation theaters for surgery and obs-gynae, a second ICU under the Department of Anesthesiology, a new ICU for pulmonary medicine, a 10-bed post-operative ward for orthopedics, a 10-bed high-dependency unit for pediatrics, and a kangaroo mother care ward for neonatology, which they had been wanting for a long time, but we had not been able to do. This was possible due to recruitment of nearly 430 nursing officers and 80 senior residents against posts that were approved in second half of 2022. Activation of additional operation theaters is on the anvil and should happen soon. A new linear accelerator was inaugurated by the Honorable President of India in August, and a biplane digital subtraction angiography unit was commissioned in April. A Jan Aushadhi outlet should be open next month. Further, under the Pradhan Mantri Surakshit Matritva Abhiyan, which includes provision of antenatal ultrasound, was launched in our rural and urban health center. Everything needs infrastructure, and we have had a lot of new infrastructure coming up. At the Karaikal campus, construction of the first phase buildings at a cost of rupees 404 crores has been completed. These include the academic building housing all the departments, lecture rooms, laboratories, faculty rooms, student hostels, and residences. As I speak, shifting from the existing rented buildings to the new academic building is going on, and houses are being allotted to staff members there. Further, the Delegated Investment Board of the Ministry of Health has approved construction of a 500-bed teaching hospital at Karaikal at an estimated cost of 452 crores. This construction should begin before the end of this year, and this will be completed in the next 3 years. At Yanam, which is a part of Puducherry Union Territory, but located about 750 kilometers, a 100-bed multi-specialty consulting unit is again ready for occupation, and we hope to start OPD services there by the end of November. Recently, the government has sanctioned 82 posts for that unit, and the recruitment process has begun. At our main campus here, construction of a new building for Regional Cancer Center at a cost of about rupees 48 crores is likely to be completed in the next 6 months. Construction of a new 400-bed boys hostel has just begun, and that of a 150-bed critical care block costing 142 crores to manage critically ill patients in future pandemics is likely to begin soon. A CCTV camera surveillance program to strengthen security in the campus, including the hospital, is also nearing completion. The Standing Finance Committee recently approved proposals for new equipment costing about 55 crores, which include a high-energy linear accelerator, a radiotherapy simulation and planning system, and a new cardiac cath lab. Plans for chute system for automated transport of specimens in the hospital, and some more faculty residences are ready and should be approved soon. The administrative wing of the institute has worked overtime to complete recruitment of 433 nursing officers, 40 junior administrative assistants, 40 other Group B and C personnel, and several long vacant deputation posts such as registrars for the 2 campuses, purchase officer, senior stores officer have been filled. The process for recruitment of 82 new faculty positions and medical lab technicians is in progress. These should be completed within this year, and I think that is when our patient care, teaching, and research facilities will increase markedly with their coming in. A new activity that we have started, the administrative wing has started, is the organization of training programs on issues related to administration using external trainers for administrative staff as well as the faculty members. We are encouraged by the response and we hope to do more of these. Implementation of e-office from NIC, which should expedite file movement and decision making, is in progress, and hopefully we should see some of that working before the end of this. Awards and honors. Several faculty members and departments have won awards at national and international levels. To name a few, of course, the list can never be complete because time is limited. Professor D.M. Thapa received the Professor K.C. Kandhari Foundation Lifetime Achievement Award of the Indian Association of Dermatologists, Venereologists, and Leprologists. Professor Vikram Kate received the Dr. Das Mohapatra Memorial Oration Award of the Association of Surgeons of India. Professor Biju Potakat was nominated as Program Director of the International Hepatopancreatobiliary Association's Outreach Program for spreading HPV surgery in underdeveloped countries. Dr. Ambika Patra received the first prize with a 5 lakh rupee cash award for a nomogram-based project at the National Forensic Hackathon 2023, organized by the National Forensic Sciences University in Gandhinagar. Professor Pankaj Kundra received the Dr. Y.J. Bhojra Award of Indian Society of Anesthesiology. Dr. Krishna Kumar in Plastic Surgery was elected as Fellow of Society of Pediatric Urology. Professor N.G. Rajesh trained in renal and transplant pathology at Houston Methodist Hospital under a Fulbright Nehru Academic Scholarship. Dr. Priyamvada was selected as a mentor for the Young Nephrologist Program 2023 by the European Renal Association. I was appointed as the chairperson of the WHO Southeast Asia Regional Immunization Technical Advisory Group, and I'm serving as the president of World Association of Medical Editors. Department of Preventive and Social Medicine is undertaking a 4-year collaborative academic partnership with the Heidelberg Institute of Global Health, Germany. The idea is to build capacity in global health, and it is funded by DAAD, the German Academic Exchange Service. The Department of Preventive and Social Medicine is part of and will serve as the clinical coordination center for the recently approved Indian Tuberculosis Genomic Surveillance Consortium to monitor genomic variations in Mycobacterium tuberculosis using a multi-laboratory workshop. Also, it's a matter of pride for us that 2 of our faculty members are heading 2 major medical institutions, Dr. V.S. Negi at AIMS Bilaspur and Dr. G.K. Pal at AIMS Patna. Finally, let me come to the degree recipients, the focus of the day. The primary advice today you will receive from our chief guest. However, I still wish to add 2 brief messages for you. First, as Confucius, the Chinese philosopher, said, those people who develop the ability to continuously acquire new and better forms of knowledge, which they can apply to their work and to their lives, will be the movers and shakers in our society for the indefinite future. Mahatma Gandhi said something on similar lines. Live as if you were to die tomorrow. Learn as if you were to live forever. So remember, friends, students, your education does not end today with these degrees. I implore you, I request you, I charge you that each of you must continue to read and learn something on every day of your life. That's what I hope JIPMER has been able to imbibe into you. Second, as a medical professional, you can do several things with your lives. as William Osler said, the practice of medicine will be very much as you make it. The practice of medicine will be very much as you make it. To one, a worry, a care, a perpetual annoyance. To another, a daily job and a life of as much happiness and usefulness as can well fall to the lot of a man. So it all depends on what you make your life to be. He further said, the practice of medicine is an art, not a trade. It's an art, not a trade. A calling, not a business. A calling, not a business. A calling in which your heart will be exercised equally with your head. Hence, I wish, pray, and hope that each of you will practice the knowledge that we, this institute and this faculty has given you with empathy and compassion to alleviate human suffering and not merely to earn money. By best wishes. Nandri, Dhanyavad, thank you, Jai Hind. With that, sir, may I have your permission to declare the convocation open? Sir, you can say from there. I declare the convocation open. Let the candidates for the award of degrees be presented.
Sir, I present to you the candidates who have been examined and found qualified for the award of various degrees. I request the candidates to rise as I read out the degrees and remain standing. PhD, DM, MCH, PDF, PDCC, MD, MS, MDS, MBBS. I pray that they be admitted to their respective degrees.
By virtue of the authority vested in me as director of the Jawaharlal Institute of Postgraduate Medical Education and Research, I admit you, the students whose names are printed in the list, to your respective degrees of PhD, MD, MCH, PDF, PDCC, MD, MS, MDS, and MBBS of this institute, and charge you that ever in your lives you prove worthy of the same.
I request all the candidates for the oath, please raise your right hand. And you'll repeat after me. We shall, in thought, word and deed, ever endeavor to be scrupulously honest in the discharge of our duties in our profession, and shall hold the dignity and integrity of our profession and the honor of our institute. We shall uphold and advance social order and the well-being of our society, and shall devote all our energy to promote the integrity and secular ideals of our country. The candidates may please take their seats.
Thank you very much, sir. We now have the presentation of scrolls to the graduating students. I request our president, Dr. Vishwamohan Katoch, to kindly distribute the scrolls. I request our honorable guests to please join in the presentation. I request the registrar to read out the list of degree recipients.
Good morning to all of you. First comes the award of degrees to Doctor of Philosophy, PhD, Dr. Sujita Mukherjee, PhD Pediatrics. Dr. Saranya S., PhD Neonatology. Dr. Parthiban S., PhD Preventive and Social Medicine. Dr. Akash Mishra, PhD Biostatistics. Dr. Deepthi MS, PhD Biostatistics. Dr. Shruti Raj, PhD Medical Microbiology. Dr. Santosh Kumar SC, PhD Medical Pharmacology. Dr. Manju Lakshmi P., PhD Pharmacology. Dr. P.L. Ambika, PhD Pathology. Dr. Neha Keshri, PhD Medical Biochemistry. Next is Doctor of Medicine, DM, Dr. Magesh P., DM Critical Care. Dr. Aniti Singh Dani, DM Cardiac Anesthesia. Dr. Akinchan Bharadwaj, DM Cardiology. Dr. Gaurav Kumar Mittal, DM Cardiology. Dr. Saurav Banerjee, DM Cardiology. Dr. Prashant Gangwar, DM Cardiology. Dr. Aishwarya G., DM Clinical Immunology. Dr. Annasi Das, DM Clinical Immunology. Dr. Manjunath Bhaskar Varnekar, DM Neonatology. Dr. Saurabh Singh Rajput, DM Neurology. Dr. Paturi Ashok, DM Neurology. Dr. Bidan Chandra Mandal, DM Neurology. Dr. Swati Raju, DM Nephrology. Dr. Fen Titi Saj, DM Medical Oncology. Dr. Lakshmi Sandhya Singuluri, DM Medical Oncology. Dr. Sandeep Bhaskar, DM Medical Oncology. Dr. Surya Devara Varun, DM Endocrinology. Dr. Siva Krishna Sarasapalli, DM Medical Gastroenterology. Dr. Lolam Venkatesh, DM Pediatric Critical Care. Dr. Divakar Jose RR, DM Pediatric Critical Care. Dr. Ariharan K, DM Neuroimaging and Interventions. Next we go to MCH. Dr. Madhusmita Acharya, MCH CTVS. Dr. B. Nembian Rajarajan, MCH CTVS. Dr. Mahendran R, MCH Neurosurgery. Dr. Srikesh PV, MCH Neurosurgery. Dr. Neljo Thomas, MCH Plastic Surgery. Dr. Nishad K, MCH Plastic Surgery. Dr. Nasira Koya, MCH Pediatric Surgery. Dr. Satish D, MCH Surgical Gastroenterology. Dr. Tarun Kaldra, MCH Surgical Gastroenterology. Dr. Shanmugam D, MCH Surgical Gastroenterology. Dr. Anjali Singh, MCH Surgical Oncology. Dr. Athanu Kumar Paul, MCH Urology. Dr. Mujahid Ali, MCH Urology. Next is postdoctoral certificate courses, PDCC. Dr. Narayanan A, PDCC, Pediatric Dermatology. Next comes Doctor of Medicine, MD. Dr. Jeevashri C, MD Anesthesiology. Dr. MS Muhammad Shali, MD Anesthesiology. Dr. Satish Kumar, Dr. Kalaivani MS, MD Biochemistry. Dr. Rohit S, MD Biochemistry. Dr. Sri Durga M, MD Biochemistry. Dr. Stuti P, MD Community Medicine. Dr. Nagarajan G, MD Community Medicine. Dr. Bitty Raghavan, MD Community Medicine. Dr. Karthik Rajan PU, MD Community Medicine. Dr. Ruben Raj L, MD Community Medicine. Dr. Vishnu R, MD Community Medicine. Dr. Anubhav Bhattacharya, MD Dermatology, Venerology and Leprology. Dr. Sushmita D, MD Dermatology, Venerology and Leprology. Dr. Abhinaya K, MD Dermatology, Venerology and Leprology. Dr. Akshay Shankar P, MD Dermatology, Venerology and Leprology. Dr. Sunke Vamshi Anurag, MD Dermatology, Venerology and Leprology. Dr. Konuri Bhargavaram, MD Emergency Medicine. Dr. Mohammed Najibuddin, MD Emergency Medicine. Dr. Namgail Dorje, MD Emergency Medicine. Dr. Tirumurthy R, MD, Emergency Medicine. Dr. Anas Mohammed M, MD, Emergency Medicine. Dr. Arun AM, MD, Emergency Medicine. Dr. Vasudha D, MD, Emergency Medicine. Dr. Arfan Kumar Pan, MD, Forensic Medicine. Dr. Mahati G, MD, General Medicine. Dr. Navaneet B, MD, General Medicine. Dr. Y. Yashwant Mohan, MD, General Medicine. Dr. Arun M, MD, General Medicine. Dr. Bikash Saurav, MD, General Medicine. Dr. Subbulakshmi X, MD, General Medicine. Dr. Bharati M, MD, Immunohematology and Blood Transfusion. Dr. Sunil Jai Karnesh G, MD, Immunohematology and Blood Transfusion. Dr. Brinda R, MD, Nuclear Medicine. Dr. Gopinath Raj G, MD, Nuclear Medicine. Dr. Prasad P, MD, Nuclear Medicine. Dr. Minnala Devi M, MD, Pediatrics. Dr. Sanjana S, MD, Pediatrics. Dr. Nisha P, MD, Pediatrics. Dr. Parameswari S, MD, Pediatrics. Dr. Aditya S. Narayan, MD, Pediatrics. Dr. Ramji alias Ramachandran S, MD, Pediatrics. Dr. S. Gayatri, MD, Pediatrics. Dr. Monisha CR, MD, Pathology. Dr. Rubashri M, MD, Pathology. Dr. Kalaimani S, MD, Pharmacology. Dr. Arifunera J, MD, Pharmacology. Dr. Ari Prasad R, MD Physiology. Dr. Farsana Banu M, MD Psychiatry. Dr. Skarma Sulthim Spalsang, MD Psychiatry. Dr. Geeta G, MD Psychiatry. Dr. Gokul Raj M, MD Psychiatry. Dr. Kalaranjani M, MD Radiation Oncology. Dr. Smriti S, MD Radiation Oncology. Dr. Fatima Taskin S, MD Radiation Oncology. Dr. Madan Raj J, MD Radiation Oncology. Dr. Goli Mahesh Srinivas, MD Radio Diagnosis. Dr. Karthik K, MD Radio Diagnosis. Dr. Saranya N, MD Radio Diagnosis. Dr. Anand V, MD Radio Diagnosis. Dr. Nesamani Daniel Ponraj S, MD Radio Diagnosis. Dr. Paladugu Sai Dinesh, MD Radio Diagnosis. Dr. Sania Rahman, MD Radio Diagnosis. Dr. Selvaganesan M, MD Radio Diagnosis. Next comes the award of degree for Master of Surgery, MS. Dr. Lakshmi Satish, MS General Surgery. Dr. Soumya SV, MS General Surgery. Dr. Y. Yashwant Kumar, MS General Surgery. Dr. Aditya Yadav, MS General Surgery. Dr. Divash Koirala, MS General Surgery. Dr. Nandam V. Satyasai Kiran, MS General Surgery. Dr. Vikyat Shetty HP, MS General Surgery. Dr. Ajjagutu Shahiti Reddy, MS Obstetrics and Gynecology. Divya Nayak, MS Obstetrics and Gynecology. Dr. Gugulot Lakshmi Prasanna, MS Obstetrics and Gynecology. Dr. Kumari P, MS Obstetrics and Gynecology. Dr. Madhumati V, MS Obstetrics and Gynecology. Dr. Mohana Devi, yes, MS Obstetrics and Gynecology. Dr. Preetu M, MS Obstetrics and Gynecology. Dr. Raju JP, MS Obstetrics and Gynecology. Dr. Aishwarya TP, MS Obstetrics and Gynecology. Dr. Amrita Sinhare, MS Obstetrics and Gynecology. Dr. Divya Chandira R, MS Obstetrics and Gynecology. Dr. Harita Mohan, MS Obstetrics and Gynecology. Dr. Mudali Rishita, MS Obstetrics and Gynecology. Dr. Shiyasi Ghosh, MS Obstetrics and Gynecology. Dr. Sneha M, MS Obstetrics and Gynecology. Dr. Soundarya NS, MS Obstetrics and Gynecology. Dr. Shruti P. Sulaiman, MS Obstetrics and Gynecology. Dr. Farnas Y, MS Ophthalmology. Dr. Gautam R, MS Ophthalmology. Dr. Kirtana S, MS Ophthalmology. Dr. V. Jawahar Satyababu, MS Ophthalmology. Dr. Duddugunta Vishal Reddy, MS Orthopedic Surgery. Dr. Jayaganesh S, MS Orthopedic Surgery. Dr. Mariappan K, MS Orthopedic Surgery. Dr. Himanshu, MS Orthopedic Surgery. Dr. Prem Raj AC, MS Orthopedic Surgery. Dr. Sanjay S, MS Orthopedic Surgery. Dr. Satyendra Kumar, MS Orthopedic Surgery. Dr. Gayatri R, MS ENT. Dr. Madhubala M, MS ENT. Next comes the award of degree for Master of Dental Surgery. Ankit Kumar, MDS, Oral and Maxillofacial Surgery. Katkoria Priyanka Lenin, MDS, Orthodontics and Dentofacial Orthopedics. Next is the award of degree for MBBS. Dr. Sai Vaishnavi S. Dr. Rishikesh T. Dr. Siddhant Sahu. Dr. Banuka Raviteja. Dr. Nitish Selvan A. Dr. Aditya Narayan S. Dr. Amrita Nayak. Dr. Amrita R. Bhatt. Dr. Annie N.S. Dr. Anirudh A.S. Dr. Anita A. Dr. Anjali Vinod. Dr. Ankita Das. Dr. Ashwin P. Unni. Dr. Chandra Lalita Kakarla. Dr. Darshini SP. Dr. Devalla Mansi Dinesh. Dr. Divya Bajaj. Dr. Flavia Lynn Jashan. Dr. George Ben Kuruvilla. Dr. Gothuri Abhinav Reddy. Dr. Gupta Yukta Rajiv. Dr. Harikrishna US. Dr. Hariharan A. Dr. Hemani Yadav. Dr. Indira R. Dr. Kabra Aniruddha Anil. Dr. Kadimisetti VNVS Nestam Reddy. Dr. Kalyan Basa. Dr. Kamya R. Dr. Karishma Narayanan L. Dr. Karthik L. Dr. Karthik Ajit. Dr. R. Kirtana. Dr. Krisha G. Dr. A. Lakshanya. Dr. Leo J. Dr. Madhavaram R. Dr. Mariam Lukman. Dr. Muhammad Anshad PV. Dr. Naveed Ul Hasan H. Dr. Naveen Praveen Ninan. Dr. Peddi Nikhil Sai Chandra. Dr. Pratishta Sathi. Dr. Rachit Jaiswal. Dr. Ria Ann Philip. Dr. Rishabh Kaushik Belawadi. Dr. Rohit Kumar. Dr. Sarath Sathu. Dr. Shankade Mohit Sitaram. Dr. Santosh R. Dr. Saranya D. Dr. M. Satyanarayanan. Dr. Sedu Madhavan S. Dr. Shangita. Dr. Sherin John. Dr. Shubhada Vijay Agarwal. Dr. Upamanyu Chakrabarti. Dr. Vaishnav Madhusudanan. Dr. Vamsi Krishna Kasa. Dr. Varsha Reddy Parupati. Dr. Venkata Narasimhan B. Dr. Yogeshwar A. Dr. T. Cheena Sri Kushal Nayak. Dr. Abdullah K. Dr. Adil Ali. Dr. Aditi Singh. Dr. Agnesh Mariam Jacob. Dr. Arpita Priyadarshini. Dr. Aisha Rinsha TP. Dr. Dilleshwari R. Dr. Farshana Rahman. Dr. Jitin John Rogi. Chogi. Dr. Joseph Reicher A. Dr. Kokilagadda Rahul. Dr. Mabel Marilyn D. Dr. Midul Mani Joseph. Dr. K. Narendran. Dr. Niranjana T. Manoj. Dr. Nirmal Raj R. Dr. Palivela Dhanushri. Dr. Pavitra S. Dr. Raj Manoj Erlagadda. Dr. Rajab Khan. Dr. Renisha VP. Dr. Safna SS. Dr. R. Sagar Rathod. Dr. P. Varun Sai. Dr. Yoga Lakshmi. Dr. Ilavarasi S. Dr. Niladuri Sri Vishnu. Dr. Ananya S. Aringoth. Dr. Anjit V. Dr. Anjuman Amina Mansoor. Dr. Arjun P. Dr. Ashley Surendran. Dr. Atulya Krishnan. Dr. Bansuri Dev. Dr. Bhupendra Kumar Painkra. Dr. Chandana MC. Dr. Dabango Roy. Dr. Divya Saxena. Dr. Ferin PR. Dr. Gauru Vignata Samira. Dr. Gujula Ajay Kumar. Dr. Haripriya KP. Dr. Himanshi Yadav. Dr. Jatot Karthik. Dr. John Ardrian. Dr. Kamalakannan D. Dr. Karthik Parjwani. Dr. Madhumita R. Dr. Meghna Ramesh K. Dr. Mohammed C.K. Dr. Mukilan P. Dr. Nandini Warrior. Dr. Nived Girish. Dr. R. Pranav. Dr. Prashant C. Dr. Rajendra Gunti. Dr. Ramawat Jayasai Naik. Dr. Raisa PP. Dr. Shashank Singh. Dr. Smriti Singh. Dr. Soham Mistry. Dr. Saumya Jyoti Malik. Dr. Srijesh Babu. Dr. Stephen D. Xavier. Dr. Thiruvaipati Harshit. Dr. S. Sai Teja. Dr. Beti Nagesh Ashi Kiran. Dr. Kevin Harold VL. Dr. Reshmi Ratish Raj. Dr. E. Shilpa. Dr. Sivaranjani A. Dr. Srinath B. Dr. Sri Pooja Oyen. Dr. Varalakshmi KV. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. I now request our Dean Academic to kindly announce the candidates for the award of medals for outstanding performance in various courses and subjects. I request our chief guest to kindly present the medals to the awardees.
It is my privilege to announce the awardees of various medals for outstanding academic performance. Firstly, in the super specialty category, Dr. V. Satyamurthy Endowment Prize for the best outgoing student in DM in pediatric critical care goes to Dr. Divakar Jose RR. In the postgraduate category, K. Chudiwala Endowment Prize for the postgraduate with the highest mark in the internal assessment in biochemistry, and Dr. Srirangam Sitaram Shriram Memorial Fund Medal for the postgraduate with the highest mark in the university exam in biochemistry goes to Dr. Kalaivani MS. K. Chudiwala Endowment Prize and Dr. Srirangam Sitaram Shriram Memorial Fund, both these medals again go to Dr. F. B. Mohammed. Dr. Stephen A. Dekar Endowment Prize for the best MD dissertation in pharmacology goes to Dr. Arifun Hera, J. The JIPMER Alumni Association Dr. D.J. Reddy Memorial Prize for the Best Postgraduate in Pathology goes to Dr. Rubashri M. Forensic Medicine and Toxicology Endowment Prize for the postgraduate with the highest mark in the university exam in Forensic Medicine and Toxicology goes to Dr. Arpan Kumar Pan. Forensic Medicine and Toxicology Endowment. Professor R.K. Carr Memorial Prize for the Best Postgraduate Student in Community Medicine goes to Dr. Stuti P. Professor R.K. Carr Memorial Prize also goes to Dr. Karthik Rajan P.U. Dr. D.B. Bish Endowment Prize in Cardiology for PGs and MD Medicine with first rank goes to Dr. Mahati Ji. Dr. Balakrishnan Prize for the postgraduate with highest mark in university examination in pediatrics goes to Dr. Sanjana S. Dr. Balakrishnan Prize also goes to Dr. S. Gayatri. Dr. A.V. Umajki Memorial Gold Medal for the postgraduate with the highest mark in internal assessment and a pass in MD in first attempt in obstetric and gynecology goes to Dr. Preetu M. Dr. A.V. Umajki Memorial Gold Medal also goes to Dr. Aishwarya T.P. Dr. Sunita Chevre Memorial Gold Medal for the postgraduate with first rank in the prize exam in anesthesiology goes to Dr. Satish Kumar P. Dr. Sunita Chevre Memorial Gold Medal also goes to Dr. Shanmugh Priya A. The Indian Association of Dermatology and Venereology Medal for the postgraduate with highest mark in university exam in dermatology goes to Dr. Akshay Shankar P. Shri Sasi Menon and Srimati Aparna Sasi Menon Endowment Prize for Best Outgoing Postgraduate in Psychiatry goes to Dr. Farsana Banu M. Dr. Vijay Kumar Endowment Prize for the postgraduate with highest mark in university exam in MS Orthopedics goes to Dr. Dudukunta Vishal Reddy. Dr. Vijay Kumar Endowment Prize also goes to Dr. Himanshu. Mr. K.S.V. Sivaram Medal for the postgraduate with highest mark in the university exam in MS Ophthalmology goes to Dr. Farnaz Y. The JIPMER Alumni Association Dr. S.P. Sen Memorial Prize and Dr. S.C. Mitra and Mrs. Geeta Mitra Medal goes to Dr. Lakshmi Satish. JIPMER Alumni Association Dr. S.B. Sen Memorial Prize for Best Postgraduate in Surgery and M. Samuel Endowment Prize for the Best Postgraduate with highest mark in internal assessment in surgery, and Dr. S.C. Mitra and Mrs. Geeta Mitra Medal for the postgraduate highest marks in university exam in MS General Surgery goes to Dr. Vikhyat Shetty HP. Shankar Bade Endowment Prize for the postgraduate with highest mark in university exam in anesthesiology goes to Dr. Jeevashri T. Shankar Bade Endowment Prize also goes to Dr. Sahitya V. Department of Radiotherapy Endowment Prize for Best Outgoing Student in Radiotherapy goes to Dr. Mathan Raj J. Dr. Bhattacharya Endowment Prize for the Best Outgoing Student in Radiodiagnosis goes to Dr. Saranya N. Dr. Bhattacharya Endowment Prize also goes to Dr. Anand V. Now we come down to undergraduate MBBS category. Dr. S.C. Mitra and Mrs. Geeta Mitra Endowment Prize for the student with highest mark in the annual examination in anatomy goes to Payalala Yashaswini. Srimati Nishamani Parija Endowment Prize for the student with the highest mark in annual examination in physiology goes to Rasik Abdul Rahman F. Dr. M.K. Ramanathan Memorial Prize for the student with highest mark marks in internal assessment in biochemistry, and Mr. Ajay J. Matthews Memorial Prize for the student with highest marks in the internal assessment in anatomy, physiology, and biochemistry goes to Kavi Nilavan Chelladurai. Annual Conference of Association of Pathologists and Microbiologists Prize for the student with highest mark in internal assessment in microbiology, and batch of 1981 alumni prize for the student with the highest mark in annual examination in forensic medicine goes to Maria Joseph Matthew. Professor C.H. Sashindran Gold Medal for the MBBS student with the highest mark in annual examination in pharmacology goes to Shreya Kumar. Dr. B.N. Ghosh Memorial Prize for the student with highest mark in internal assessment in pharmacology, and Dr. Vijay Kumar Murthy Endowment Prize for the student with highest mark in annual examination in microbiology goes to Teresa Soni. Annual Conference of Association of Pathologists and Microbiologists Prize for the student with highest mark in internal assessment in pathology, and Dr. Vijay Kumar Murthy Endowment Prize for the student with highest mark in the annual examination in pathology, and Shri Sudhir Chandra Bhattacharya Memorial Endowment Prize for the student with highest mark in internal assessment in pathology, microbiology, forensic medicine, and pharmacology goes to Nivedita R. South Arcot District Cooperative Supply and Marketing Society Limited Prize for the student with highest mark in internal assessment ophthalmology goes to Siva Kumar D. Dr. Sudha Balan Memorial Endowment Prize for the student with highest mark in annual examination in ENT shared by Arvind Sham. And Kausaki Biswas. Sri V. Manikaswamy Endowment Prize based on the records of comments, posting, presentation, and attendance in preventive and social medicine goes to Gangineni Ashrita. Sri N. Selvaraju Chettiar Memorial Prize for the student with highest mark in internal assessment in preventive and social medicine, and Dr. S. Lakshmanan Memorial Endowment Prize for the student with the highest mark in internal assessment in PSM, ENT, and ophthalmology goes to Arkodeep Mandan. Indian Psychiatric Society Endowment Prize for the student with highest marks based on a single examination in psychiatry goes to Ravlin Kaur. Indian Association of Dermatology and Venereology Medal for the student with highest mark in a single examination dermatology and STD goes to Karthik Shankar B. Dr. V. Udayraj Gold Medal for the student with highest mark in the annual examination in medicine goes to Bikash Sahu. Mrs. S. Santoshwati Memorial Prize and the JIPMER Alumni Association Dr. Chaudhary Memorial Prize for the student with highest mark in the internal assessment in surgery goes to Shruti Arya. Srimati Nishamani Parija Endowment Prize for the MBBS student with the highest mark in the annual examination in surgery goes to Jayakrishna J. Dr. Vijay Kumar Murthy Endowment Prize for the student with highest mark in internal assessment test in orthopedics goes to Saparnika B. Anil. Dr. Mrs. S.N. Mukherjee Gold Medal for the student with highest mark in the internal assessment in obstetric and gynecology goes to Salma Suman P. Mrs. Susila Selvarajlu Memorial Prize for the student with the highest mark in internal assessment pediatrics goes to Tilesha R. Patil. Next is Arushi Kolana, who gets 6 medals. She can come forward. Sue Kannan Endowment Prize for the student with highest mark in the annual examination in pediatrics, and Dr. Yuvati Memorial Endowment Prize for the student with second highest mark in internal assessment in obstetric and gynecology, and Dr. V. Murali Memorial Endowment Prize for the best student of MBBS in medicine, and Brigadier A. Nilakanthan Memorial Prize for the best student of final MBBS based on the cumulative total marks of all subjects of final MBBS in annual examination, and Dr. Simi Mishra Award for the best female student of final MBBS based on the cumulative total marks of all subjects of final MBBS in annual examination, and batch of 1991 Alumni Endowment Prize for the interns with highest mark based on single examination in neonatology goes to Arushi Kolana. Dr. Chakravarti Memorial Prize for the student with highest mark in a single prize exam in anesthesiology goes to Ria and Philip. MOH Hassan Kuttus Marikar Endowment Prize Prize for intern with the highest marks based on single examination in cardiology goes to Karthik Panjwani. Dr. KGS Nanda Endowment Prize for the intern with highest marks based on single examination neurology goes to Aditya Narayan S. Now we come to the last three top awards in the MBBS. The first one is Dr. K.S. Sridhar Memorial JIPMER Alumni Association Prize and Shri M.C. Rama Varma Walia Raja Memorial Gold Medal for the best all-rounder amongst outgoing MBBS students goes to Tarat Satu. Riva Bajaj, please come forward. She gets the A.N. Tyagarajan Memorial Medal for the best outgoing lady MBBS student and Dr. Vikrant Gupta Memorial Medal for the best outgoing MBBS graduate of the year goes to Divya Bajaj. That concludes all the awards for today morning.
Thank you very much. May I now request our President JIPMER to kindly share his thoughts on the occasion and deliver his message to the graduates.
Honorable Chief Guest, Dr. Ravi Kannan, his better half, Dr. Sita, on the other side, my colleague, Dr. Agarwal, again, the better half sitting down, Amita, Dr. Vikram Kate, Maheshji. In the audience, the old, very, very old friend, Yogesh Chawla, former director APJ Chandigarh, and of course our chief of our academic committee, contributed immensely to this institute. Change in so many directions in the academics with Dr. Agarwal's and his colleague. And Chokbade, former colleagues, have come today to grace the occasion. Again, an old friend from the leprosy days, Dr. Shaukat. All the students who got the degrees, right, for the PhD, PDC, both PDF, PM, MCH, MD, and of course the MBBS students. The parents, some watching their proceedings, their spouses, maybe some might have been married also, at some other halls connected by internet. Again, very pleasant this afternoon, but in the morning, this is the end of the afternoon. 4.5 years association with this institution, almost completing nearly 200 years. And still growing, still young. At this 2-century-old institution is among the best, continues to be the best, sustained to be the best, and growing in so many directions. I think that's all the compliments to the director, previous directors, of course, all the faculty, staff, everybody. But then the legacy is carried by the students outside. What for the institution is created. Yes, it is created as a institution with a hospital which is respected by people. That was a number one goal. There's no question that is still continues to be number one. Then academics and research, the type of students are put, where they go and what they do. And for that, I think everybody knows the institution has been getting up in the rankings. It is not a private institution which can, compete in by different ways. So it competes by only by work, only staying in the scene by work. So when the students you go out, you go with a legacy, actually, a name earned by somebody else, by your parents, the institution, the hard work of so many people. And you are the byproduct, actually. You have a legacy, you have a pride, and you have a market. And there the expectations begin, what you do. Of course, nobody can say what's in your destiny, actually. It will be decided by what the opportunities which occur to you, come to you. You can't write your destiny all the time, but you will make your efforts. And you make your efforts in which direction? That, of course, depends to some extent on you, actually, what you choose. Professor Agarwal, again, I know him not for a few years. I said, Dr. Chawla, more than 35 years back. I'll come to that point it's a very specific point I'll make on that. But Dr. Agarwal, again, I know since 2006, I know him very vividly. I followed him as a professional. I followed him as an administrator. But then I followed in one trait, which I started knowing only when he became the president here, actually, a few months after he joined. For the convocation, he always had a list of people who have done something different than others. And he thinks of that list 6 months, 1 year ahead of time. When the last convocation was over, he talked of the name of Dr. Khanna, that he is available. Because he decides the dates first, actually. If the same time he decides on the chief guest also. So every time the chief guest has been looking at somebody who's iconic, not only in terms of the social status, awards and honors, which incidentally most of the people he invited, they had. And more than that, there is people who are respected by people, trusted by people, work for the people. As a doctor, everybody works for the people, actually. Nothing like that. All the patients you see all through, whether he's a director, as a clinician, or as a person who is a fellow in the clinical subjects and other light subjects, you're working for everybody. But some of the people who think of the community as a marker, you look at the people first. Then the medicine applied as needed by the people. I think this is the kind of a choice he has been making, So at least on this day, when you move out of the walls, actually the gates of this institution, you think of something, what clicks into your mind. I don't know how many people will pick that message, but I think many will. So that is the message of community first, people first. And then the medicine and your skills, everything developed and applied as needed by them. So life as relevant to the people. I think that has been the beauty which I found the pleasure of working with this gentleman. And one of the, I think, fantastic these 4 years associated here. My only contribution has been, I've been trying to moderate as a administrator, actually. Wherever he needs the opinion, again, to be decided by him. Then ultimately, I was there by virtue of what I learned 2 years earlier, actually. That's it. But then it is a great opportunity that way. So, for you, there are only very few messages. When I said Dr. Chawla, I think I walked into his clinic maybe 35 years back. I wanted to show some relative. And they wanted to know about a hepatologist. Everybody named him. And when everybody named him, I took time. I went to him. He was right there. I saw him. Then a very enduring relationship built. By virtue of the way he treated the not only relative which went to him, but anything, afterwards. So that's the quality of a person trusted by people. The choice teaching him how to was the person trusted by people. Again, in my earlier days, I had a colleague, very senior colleague, Dr. Ramu, a very prominent nephrologist who served everywhere, including Chengalpet, from where Dr. Shaukat came. And Dr. Thapa is, I think, gone already for some other meeting. No, he's there. So there, the point was, person, he had worked in Madhya Pradesh, he had worked everywhere. And when he was in Agra, the person is not that a complicated disease to be treated. It can be treated by any ordinary doctor also who knows the skills. But the people to him were coming in the trains right from down in the south, down in Madhya Pradesh, down the north of India, only to show to him actually. See, that's a faith, for whether the disease is small or disease is big. It's a faith. I know the health crisis which I underwent in 1992, 2012, and 2022. First in 20 years gap, then another 10 years gap, another 10 years gap. I somehow will end up somewhere in very close-shaped situations. And everywhere and though that time moments when you're in crisis, anything can happen, you choose a doctor. So you choose a doctor whose you trust, directly, or it is somebody trusted by somebody. So the point arises, the most critical part in your life, you would have learned many skills because you were among the best anyway when you ended up here actually, intellectually. Then you learned, you were taught by the people who were again among the best. You're at an institution which is among the best. So all the things are there into your head actually. But then performance is yours. Goals is yours actually. You should be trusted. That's it. Whether you go into some good institutions, you work in a small place, anywhere. For a doctor, I think the institution really doesn't count much actually. Maybe to make a big name, you'll have to struggle more if you're in a college which is not very positive for the academics. But you can create a history right there actually. People in the 50s, 60s, 70s, and in the pre-independent period, they were not with the great technologies actually. Today, technology era, the technology is helping you to a large extent. Rather, it is leading you to degradation of many kinds. You're losing out as a doctor because the machine is deciding. And tomorrow, everything may be decided by artificial intelligence. So really, doctor is more of a symbolic gesture, person sitting there actually. But no, it won't happen. Because the person who makes the judgment, who's connected with the people, machine can't be actually. It is not needed to be that way. So ultimately, that trust creation has to be your motto of life. Ultimately, I think some of you may have the monetary goals also. I don't say if there's a good or bad about it. But if you're starting on that, I think the medicine was not the profession to be chosen. But still, I think there are people like that. Society has in that way. So I can't be sitting here as a preacher, actually talking here as a preacher. Those changes have happened. But still, I believe most of the people, if given the opportunity, they can choose to be better. And there the example comes of our chief guest of just today also. Person who rose as a professional, he learned the best skills, he produced the best skills as an academician, as a surgeon. But then he chose a place where the community lies, where the challenge lies. And I think he has shown that it can be done. Keep aside the awards and honors which he got. These are the awards awards are honored actually. With when you honor a person like him, the award is honored. But the question is, he has created an example, that you can take a challenge, you can create a success story anywhere. And the success here is the only yardstick of success is reaching out to the people whom your services should reach. So I think more of, centering your thing around you, your financial gains, your position, I think which will be important, but then that should not be the pathway you should choose. You want to leave a mark in your life. Otherwise, millions and billions of people will come billions and millions of rupees and dollars. They will be nowhere. History is not for them. Today, you look at the social media. There you say so big person has raised so many crores. Because the media today is looking on the achievement of how many crores you have made. But then at the same time, when you come even in the big interest list, you come in the name of the Tata. Actually, Tata outshines everybody. Why? Because they created the best institutions for this country. They created the best traditions for this country. So there again, they may have less money even compared to some more billionaires and trillionaires. But Tata is Tata. So, you create a history which is based on the finer values. Those values will stay. They were there thousands of years earlier also. They will stay for tomorrow also. So you choose what life you want to choose. So today is a day when you move out. The day to move out, think of something big, which is which will make you something, a person with an impact making life. And already you have the qualification for that. I think that's the point. Final point I would like to make to you. I'll convey my greetings to each of you, your families, your spouses, and your future journey, which will move its own way. But then it will be how you drive it and what you want to do actually. You are empowered to do it. You are empowered to do anything you choose. Because I said everything is best for you because you are intellectually the best, among the best, teachers are among the best, your institution among the best. So you have got the best of everything. So the choice is yours now, what you want to do. But my, again, advice will be a person who is trusted. I think that's the best thing you'll, as a doctor, as a person, that profession, you can harness in your life. Because I think that's something, I think most important as a medical person. Was they important? It is important today. It will be important tomorrow. So God bless you with all success. Jai Hind.
Thank you, sir. Next, we have the most awaited moment of the day. We are eager to hear from our chief guest, Dr. R. Ravikanan. May I request sir to address the audience?
Ladies and gentlemen, students, graduates passing out today, my best wishes to all of you for a happy, healthy, most importantly, an extremely fulfilling life ahead. Thank you to Dr. Agarwal, Dr. Katoch, and everybody else who has invited us to participate this morning's event. It has been a truly moving event, moving experience for me. I have a submission. I don't have a prepared text, prepared thought. I'm just going to take it extempore. I don't have any advice for any of you because you're all masters of your destiny and captains of your future. You will script your own journey yourself, and we'll all either be observers or, like your teachers, they will have a part creating your philosophy. Also, Mr. President, I have a habit of just talking on. If you think I've run out of time, please stop me. So, as Dr. Agarwal said, you all have a tradition. Next year, as JIPMER, you will be completing 60 years. But even before JIPMER, you had a French School of Medicine here that is over, I guess, 200 years old. And you carry the legacy of a tradition which is very hard to find in many places on this planet. And it would do. So the other day, I was attending a meeting on social media called Marvelous Medicine. Marvelous Medicine is incidentally created by JIPMERites. And I heard some JIPMERites organizing it, and I heard another JIPMERite speak on that occasion just 2 days ago. And that story is in itself inspiring, and that is not part of Dr. Agarwal's annual report. But then all of you do many amazing, wonderful things. Dr. Agarwal mentioned, that as doctors, we're all primarily clinicians. We're all primarily healers. And so we have the power to heal. Healing is very different from curing. We're also teachers. The word doctor means teach. And when cholera struck in the beginning, John Snow actually cordoned off that pump and taught. It's a different thing that many people did not listen to him, that this is waterborne. And so as teachers, we teach students, we teach postgraduates, we teach surgeons, but we also teach the community about healthy life, about disease prevention, about health promotion, so many things. So as a doctor, we are healers and we are teachers, and now we are also researchers. Today, doctor scientist, surgeon scientist, physician scientist is a very common terminology. And many of us, so research does not necessarily have to be, into complex laboratories with flow cytometer and spectrometers. A lot of research happens in the community, what you observe and what you document and what you, analyze and try to change things. And so we're all healers and teachers and researchers. But to me, the most important role of a doctor is that of a change maker. All of us, I was hearing the names. We have Koiralas and we have people from the north, and we have people from Bhattacharya, and we have Mistry, and the names are all over the country. And as JIPMER writes, as students, as young doctors and postgraduates and super specialists, we have the muscle and we have the knowledge to change the way we treat sick people. There has been a lot of change. I know from the times when I was a student to today, there's a lot of change. I'm aware of that. And I'm not here to pontificate and say one form is better than the other. Every one of us has to make choices. But then every choice that we make should impact positively on life around us. Then, at the end of our lives, very quickly, now you're all 30, in your early 30s or not even 30, very quickly you'll be reaching your 60s and 70s. And when you look back on your life, you will wonder as to what you have done. If your objective is to create a mountain of gold, so be it. Or but then when we reflect back on our lives, all of us will die. But every one of us in some way has that desire to be immortal. And teachers will become immortal because of their students. Doctors will become immortal because of the families that they heal. If what we do leaves behind a positive impact on community around us, I think we'd have lived our lives well. As a young school-going student, I used to be afraid of my shadow. To go and ask the teacher for something used to sap all my courage and all my energy. I would, so much so, I used to be bullied around. In school, always, this happens. There are some fellows who are tougher, some fellows who are whiny, niney fellows. I was one of those whiny, niney fellows, and I used to get bullied around. And you won't believe, my sister, who was 2 years younger, would come to defend me. And they would see her and they would be afraid of her rather than afraid of me. That is how I was, And in college, I was a nondescript fellow. I was regular run-of-the-mill fellow who was somewhere in the last benches, and I just got along. Some people are born leaders. Some people have leadership thrust on them. And I was one of those fellows where I used to work at the Cancer Institute. I learned, whatever I am, is because of all my teachers. I have no reservations in admitting that. From school, during my MBBS days, Dr. Rajendran used to tell me, we sometimes cure, we sometimes alleviate, but we always comfort. So I've had teachers, Elizabeth Vishwan, I was asking about the anatomy department. I had an amazing teacher in anatomy called Elizabeth Vishwanathan. And so I overlearned my professors during surgery, Dr. Sarda. He was a merciless taskmaster, but then he made me what I am. He would tell me, Ravi Kannan, a sound theoretician makes a sound surgeon. And I came from an environment where I used to think surgery is all cutting and stitching. But, oh, Baba, you go to the table without having read about the patient. If I didn't know the creatinine value of the patient we were operating, that's it. All mayhem would break loose. So, and then during my MCH days, I had the fortune of working with Dr. Krishnamurthy and Shanta, and all that I am are because of all of these people. All of you also are born into privilege. I really believe that each one of us sitting here has been born into privilege. We may have been born in different houses, different states, different cities, different amounts of wealth, but we've all had the privilege of being educated or being sitting here, becoming doctors, receiving an award, which many people do not have. We could have easily born in the house of a fisherman or a slum dweller and not had all these opportunities. I think all of us are created unequal. All of us on this planet are created unequal. Somebody is given more of education, more of skills, more of wealth, and others are deprived of everything. And I'm an atheist. I don't believe in God. But then whoever created us, somebody must have created us, and whoever created us unequal in the faith that those of us who have more than what others have will use what we want for ourselves, and all the surplus we will use for people who don't have them. And that, I think, is a moral obligation, is a social responsibility we all have. So at the Cancer Institute, one fine day, all my seniors, people who taught me how to do a mastectomy and do a Whipples, left. And suddenly, I was found to be the head of the team. And then whether I liked it or not, I had to lead the team. And one by one, we put together a team, a department of surgical oncology. We had the fortune of having amazing people working with us. We had others in medical oncology, surgery, radiation oncology, pathology. We had a great team. And then the story, I now work in a town called Silchar, which is on the eastern side of Bangladesh. So if you have to go from Kolkata to Silchar, you have to cross the entire airspace of Bangladesh or go around the entire country of Bangladesh. So we follow the Indian Standard Time. And so it is 6 o'clock later in Silchar, but it is sunrise earlier in Dhaka. Because of the time zones, we follow a central time zone and we are on both sides of Bangladesh time. And so sun rises earlier in some parts of India, but the clock strikes 6 first in Bangladesh and then in Silchar. Just a curiosity. So the place where I work is the city is a typical shanty Indian town, but just around 10-15 minutes away from there, amazing countryside. And imagine about 100 years ago, there was a doctor called Ronald Ross. All of you would have heard of him. He was awarded the Nobel Prize in 1902 for his work on the malarial parasite. He started his malaria work in the tea gardens of Assam. There's a tea garden called Labok, about 30 kilometers from where we are, about an hour and a half away. And his microscope, his hand drawings, they're all there for us to go and see. In the UK, they would charge us £5 to go or £10 to go. And here we can just walk in, handle the microscope, but then what inspires me every time I go there is that laboratory is about one third of the stage. And there is that man with the microscope, with just his mind and the microscope, and he changed medical history. All of us now read about malarial parasite, we read about chloroquine and then in the newer drugs, but then that man single-handedly changed history, and that power is vested in all of us. If Ronald Ross could do that 100 years ago, today with all our fancy equipment, we should be able to do much more. And Ronald Ross did not patent it. He did not get anything out of his discoveries. But, the whole of mankind benefits by it. And so today, each of us can do that. So the story of the hospital is another very inspiring story. See, there was no cancer center in that area. The nearest cancer center was in Guwahati at the Bibarwa Cancer Center. And that is 350 kilometers from where we are. And 350 kilometers, even today, sometimes will take us 10-15 hours. If there is a landslide, that's all. We are stuck there forever till the lorry. If a lorry breaks, they have small, narrow roads. So if a lorry breaks down on the middle of the road, that's it. There'll be a queue which is several kilometers and you have to wait patiently. So those days, cancer treatment takes forever. So chemotherapy is several months, radiation is 2 months, surgery, by the time their treatment is over, side effects are gone, year and a half gone. And most of them, even today, are daily wage earners. For them, it is an impossibility to go and complete treatment. And so treatment deferral was very, very common. So, and cancer incidence is high for a variety of lifestyle factors. So what happened? The lay citizens of the factory, lawyers, engineers, teachers, tradespeople, everybody got together and they formed a cancer society, saying that we need a cancer hospital here. And then they went, some of them are still around. They are in their late 70s and 80s, infirm people, but very much around. And then they went around from door to door seeking donations. The local politician was an influential minister in the central government. He supported them and they had a basic hospital. Then their then director, Dr. Chinmoy Chaudhary, he went around different cancer centers in the country trying to understand how a cancer hospital is to be organized. He spent some years, some months with us at the Cancer Institute, where I was working those days. And then we had a policy in the Cancer Institute that everybody who walks in must be treated, whether or not they had the money for the treatment. And so he was very favorably impressed by that thought. And he would keep referring patients to us then. And then in late 2006, sometime in November, I think, I left the Cancer Institute and he happened to call. And I said, I'm no longer there. He said, oh, why are you not coming there? And plumb, my wife Sita said, Ravi, we are not going anywhere near that place because they have bombs and they have floods. And that is not a place where we want to go to. And so I told them I cannot come. But then those days were not, there was not email and mobile phones and all that. Every weekend we would get a long distance call. And then so Sita and I decided that, okay, we will go and see what is happening. So sometime in April of 2007, my daughter who was in class 4 and Sita and I visited Silchar. My daughter was in a school that did not have examinations. They believed that children should pass automatically. So every day when I would ask her, Chinnu, what did you do? Appa, I played. And I used to despair. What is this girl going to learn? She's going to turn out to be an imbecile. Anyway, when we went there, we spent about a week, I think. And I worked in the hospital. The society members took Sita around the community. We went looking at schools, and every school principal would say, Doctor, come. We know why you would want to come. Your child will get admission. Arey, she doesn't know Hindi. She doesn't know Bangla. She doesn't know Akomiya. Don't worry, doctor. Children are very fast. They will learn. Look how coincidences work. We went to the local Kendriya Vidyalaya. I am a KV product. My father was in the Air Force. So I went through different Kendriya Vidya. Thank you. Thank you. I understand there are many KVites here. So I'm very, very pleased to own that, So when we went to the local Kendriya Vidyalaya, the local KV principal, Hari Singh, was my batch KV pass out. I passed out from KV Tambram and he passed out from KV Kapurthala. 2 minutes we had that KV background. Ravi, your daughter will get admission. 1 reason, 2 reasons, 5, 6 reasons. That she had to take an examination to qualify was a different story. But then, the way things just pennies fall into place. And so before we could go back, Sita, I remember we were sitting on the 3rd floor of a hotel room. I was sitting on the windowsill and there was rain falling and I could smell the wet. I can still smell that wet earth of so many years ago. And Sita and my daughter were sitting on the bed in the middle of the room. And Sita said, Ravi, I think there's a lot of need here. This is what we should be doing. And then my daughter started, immediately she perked up, Amma, I will lose my friends. And she started crying. And we sort of cajoled her, comforted her. But when we went back, Sita resigned from work. She used to be the regional officer at USEFI in Chennai. She resigned from work and she initiated the discussion in both sets of homes. Both sets of parents thought something wrong with these fellows. They've gone mad. My colleagues with whom I was in a group practice were very unhappy. They thought this is going to be professional harakiri. But they let me go to Silchar because they never thought Sita would resign. Ayyappan, my colleague, his insurance was Sita is a professional working woman. She will never quit work. So let this man go scratch his itch in Silchar and come back. So when I came back, this is how I broke the news to my colleagues. I told Ayyappan we were operating the whole day and he kept asking me, what happened? What happened? He knew something was not, what it should be. So after we finished surgery, we were having coffee and I told Ayyappan, Sita has resigned from work. There was a long silence and then he looked at me and said, so I have to ask you, when are you leaving? So that's how we came to Silchar. Honestly speaking, we did not know the magnitude of the problem. We did not know the plethora of problems that we would face. And we continued. Each time there was a problem, we would solve it, put in place a process and move on. We never had the resources to have a master plan and implement it. And so when we landed in Silchar, we were a small unit. We were only about 20 odd people and we had 20 beds. And for the most part, they would remain empty. But what happens is in small towns, even here, if you were to go to Namakkal or Karaikal or somewhere, the doctor from Chennai is the Bada doctor. So if it is put out, everybody will want to go and see the Bada doctor. So I was a Bada doctor from Chennai, landed up in Silchar, So quickly the volumes rose and our OPD attendance rose, ward became filled, and we quickly had to get our act together. You won't believe, for 23 people, all of us put together in 2007, our monthly salary budget was 1,96,000 rupees. And today we have 450 people, more than 450 people after so many years. And now our salary budget is 1.5 crores. And sometimes it is mind boggling. I sometimes wonder how we are going to sustain all of this. But anyway, to cut the story short, quickly the volumes rose and we had to do a variety of things. You know, I learned, my Cancer Institute days taught me everybody must be treated. So we took that policy, everybody must have treatment, and we would say we will treat. And so we put in place low cost or no cost treatment. We put in place boarding, we put in place lodging. And then in 2010, we got a grant for palliative care. Our morphine license came very early. In the first 6 months, we had morphine. We had the local drug controller come in for a meeting, and very quickly the license was given. 2010, the Indo-American Cancer Association gave us a grant to train a doctor and nurse for palliative care. So we trained the doctor and nurse, and the doctor, Dr. Iqbal, was actually a part-time anesthetist in the medical college, and he would come and give anesthesia for us. I used to keep telling him, Iqbal, you come and join us. Iqbal would say, aaja kya, ha no. And then this grant came. Before the grant, there was a pain management program conducted by a professor of anesthesiology at the AIIMS. He organized a pain course. So Iqbal went for that course and he came back fired. Sir, there's so much that we can do for relieving pain. And then when this offer for training came up, he was undecided. So he went to, he's a religious person. So Iqbal went to his Peer Baba. And the Peer, he told the Peer, you know, he was first on the recruitment list in the Department of Anesthesia in the medical college. He had just had to walk in. And so he met his Peer Baba, and I don't know why the Peer Baba said, join the Cancer Institute. I have no connection with him. But Iqbal joined us. He went for training. He came back. In 2011, we had to make a presentation for the Indo-American Cancer Center, their annual meeting in Kolkata. So we looked at our data and we found that only 30% of our patients had come back for oral morphine. Morphine, all of you know, is a quality parameter in palliative care. If pain is a very common symptom, advanced cancer, almost 80–90% of patients will experience excruciating pain. And so morphine use indicates the quality and reach of palliative care. So I said 30% doesn't matter. Most of them come from far off places and they're dying, so they're not coming back. But what we said is people whom we are treating with intent to cure, we are giving them low cost, no cost treatment. We are giving them boarding. We are giving them, so they're all doing well. And at the meeting in front of Dr. Vinay Jain, Iqbal and I actually made this statement. We said only 30% of patients are coming back for oral morphine. But then people who we are treating with intent to cure are all doing very well. And even as we made that statement, we realized this is something we had not verified. So when we came back, I requested my colleague in the registry. The tumor registry was one of the first departments. Dr. Katoch was part of that story. We started a registry very early on. And I asked Amit, you know, what is happening? So Amit goes back, spends some time and comes back and tells me, sir, out of 100 people who walk into the OPD, only 42 people actually start investigation. 58 fellows do not come back for a second visit. Can you believe that? Nearly 60% of people don't come back to the hospital after the first visit. And out of the 42 who initiate treatment, just about 28 complete treatment, which means all that we were doing was a giant failure, was a fraud. We were not changing anybody's lives. And we started thinking, oh, what is happening? We were morons. We could not figure out why this was happening. And then looking, we realized 80% of our people work for daily wages. And then they're not able to come back again and again. So just default. When they come to the hospital in the beginning, initial investigation, those days would talk 3,000, 4,000 rupees, and they would not come back. That's all. So quickly we said, you know, we didn't go through a formal quality improvement training program. We didn't know about equip and quality and all that. So all knee-jerk reactions. So we said, oh, they're not their daily wages. Let's provide ad hoc employment to them. And there also, how naive we were. We said, we will provide a tailoring industry, we'll create a paper making industry. And we actually wrote projects seeking support for this, only to realize none of them knows about tailoring. None of them knows anything. If they have to learn skills to work in an ad hoc industry, gone. So we tore up those papers and we said, we'll provide unskilled labor in the kitchen, in the gardens, in the cleaning area. We have an in-house electrician, plumber, mason, all of them need assistance. And we started providing ad hoc unskilled labor. We started with 30 rupees. And I thought that's a game changer. We do that and everybody will come and finish. That's what I thought. Today we are paying about 300 rupees. And then we also took a decision that everybody who leaves the hospital for whatever visit they come and they get registered, they must go up with a follow-up date. I have an amazing colleague called Abhijit. He's a IT personnel into information technology, a computer magician. So he wrote out a software whereby if I open today's date, 100 names come, and as we see them, left behind are the people who have not come. Then we get on the phone. Didi, you did not come back for Kenya. I said, nah, come, we'll help you, we'll treat you. What is your problem? That phone numbers change, that is another problem. We will not go into that. But anyway, so the next year, what happened was we looked at the data conscientiously. We knew there was something wrong. And we found that about 50% or 55% of people completed prescribed treatment next year. Then what happened? The Center for Information Technology. No. Then I had an opportunity to listen to Mrs. Harmala Gupta. Harmala Gupta is a volunteer who runs an organization called Can Support in Delhi. And they are into palliative care. Now, her program, all of you, if you have an opportunity, must go and see her program. Very well organized. Delhi is organized into so many sectors. Each sector has its own vehicle, driver, ambulance, doctor. And they go, the best thing was there was no money transfer in this whole bargain. And they were doing very well. We also had a home care program. But all the time I would think, who will pay for the diesel? Who will pay for the Foley catheter? Will the driver collect the money? Will he give a receipt? Will he swindle? Because of that. When we heard her, we came back and said, okay, no more charges for home care. Immediately we said we will do home care for free. We also, the thing that we said is after doing the home visits, we also started visiting homes of people who are not coming back to us for treatment. So we would go and find out what is happening. And what happened is that year, the compliance rose to almost 70%. But the bigger thing that happened more than the compliance rising, is that, all my colleagues, we would always have this terrible democracy in the organization. Everybody has an opinion. Everybody thinks their opinion is the right opinion. And everybody will want their opinion to be implemented. And so when we started visiting, they would all say, sir, they have money at home and they don't want to pay you. They're cheating you. When we started visiting homes of people, for first hand, we saw nobody's bluffing. Poverty is genuine. They don't have money, yet they will offer you puri, yet they will offer you chai. And neither can you say yes because they have not eaten, and nor can you say no because you will hurt them. But then my whole team came on board. Today, if you walk into the hospital, nobody will ask a patient to prove their poverty. We think that is very, very inhumane. Ek to garibi hai, you are poor. And then you are asked to prove that you're rubbing their noses on the ground, that is not the way as physicians, as doctors, as human beings, we should behave. Today, they say they don't have money. We see how do we support them. The other good thing that happened was the Department of Information Technology, MIT. They have divisions that are focused on information technology. And so their unit near, somewhere near Shimla, they were looking at implementing telemedicine software, and everybody looks at the Northeast. So they wanted to implement in the Northeast. But what happens is there's a lot of mistrust between government and non-government organizations for several perfectly valid reasons. So they don't want to work with any non-government organizations. So they chose the NIT in Silchar. It just so happened that the director of NIT Silchar knew us. His wife had a breast cancer and she was seeing us. And so he decided to work with us. And so this telemedicine software came to us. So because of that, we were able to start a center in Karimganj. We were able to start a center in neighboring districts. But the centers continue to function. And we were able to start satellite clinic, all the home care that happened, that used to happen from Silchar now happens from Lala and happens from Karimganj. The whole thing is getting more decentralized. And so immediately the compliance picks up. Then we realized that we were charging 100 rupees as consultation in the OPD, valid for a month, any number of doctors, any number of visits. But then look at cancer, they have to come month on month on month on month. And so that monthly 100 rupees became a disincentive. So we thought and said, we did our math and said, we are getting so much of money from these, let us redo it. We said one-time consultation fee, we said 500 rupees. For a lifetime, no further charge. Immediately the compliance in the dental OPD, in the physiotherapy, in the everywhere compliance rises. So bit by bit, when we treat, what we now understand is when we treat poor people, 10 out of 10 times the message should go out that we are pro-poor. The way the hospital appears, it has to be clean, but it shouldn't be fancy. We don't want marble, we don't have fountains, we don't have paintings on the wall. And the way the staff behave, the way when they stop us on the corridor, we can tell them, you come and see us in the OPD at this hour, we will talk to you. But no, we have to stop then and there and address that issue. 10 out of, from the doorman to the director, everybody must reflect this pro-poor stance. If we don't do that as a team, one man, one group of people cannot do it. And that has to be 24/7. They call you, you have to answer. They come and stop you on the road, you must answer. There is no other way, because earning trust is very difficult. But breaking that trust is very, very, one misstep and you will break it. I will give you an example. So we did a Whipple's procedure for a individual from somewhere in North Tripura with a periampullary cancer. And so after those days, we were very much into using albumin. Today we are wiser. And so we said he needs albumin. And so it will cost 5,000 rupees. He said, you go ahead and give the albumin. I will pay you later. Okay, we gave it. Patient recovered, was getting discharged. And the report comes 1 out of 13 nodes positive. So we had to offer him chemotherapy. When we call them and advise them for chemotherapy, that lady goes berserk. Discharge. Falling at everybody's feet. Discharge, doctor's feet, nurse's feet, everybody. Discharge kar do. Okay. Then Debu, who was our pharmacist those days, he is now our hospital administrator. Debu told me we have medicines that we can give it to her without charge. I said, okay, shall I tell her? Please go ahead. When Debu tells her, she falls at his feet sobbing. She didn't have that 5,000 rupees. You know what she did? She had a 7-year-old son. She took him and sold him to the village landlord for, I don't know how many months or years, for 5,000 rupees. When we heard that, we had goosebumps. All our hair stood up, righteously angry. Call the MP. I said, you take the 5,000 rupees and get your son released. She would not touch. We were, call the MP, call the SP, call Baba. And she would not budge. Later, I thought, when I was a little more sane, that she has to go back to that village. And if she quarrels with the landlord and this man dies, what will happen? And so, but then the good thing was, they stayed for some time. He got the chemotherapy. We were able to give her the money. She released the landlord must have been a kind person. He released the child. The child, actually, a strapping fellow, he came to see me. And then that's not the end of the story. 9 months later, the man develops disseminated metastasis and dies. As doctors, even with the best of intentions, we can wreak havoc on communities. And so, as doctors, as physicians, in whatever field we choose, see, unfortunately, as trainees, we are not taught about the implications of cost. When we treat diabetes, we will not hesitate to prescribe the latest anti-diabetic oral hypoglycemic agent. When we treat hypertension, we will often not use cheaper amlodipines and furosemides, and we will prescribe, telmisartan and even the more recent sartans, and because that is what we think we should do the best. But the best always comes at a cost. And the implications of cost on the families of poor patients is something we have never been taught, we have never been sensitized to. And so now what we are trying to do in the organization is, see, over the years, we have done many things. I won't take you into everything just now, but we have tried to make sure that we are pro-poor, that we support poor people 10 out of 10 times. And in order to do that, what we did was we sat down as an organization, we wrote our vision, where every preventable cancer can be prevented, that everybody will get the treatment he or she needs, irrespective and now thinking, this is okay, we have done what we want to do, but how do we propagate these values to people who join us in the future? Because it is one thing for all of us to do what we are doing, and one by one, when we drop off, see, life is an infinite journey. I will continue on this journey for some time, and then I will walk off, somebody will take my place, and this journey will continue. It is never ending. So how do we, so problems will change. And this way they are solved also will change. We cannot write out solutions for the nth generation after us. We are not that wise or that far-sighted. But like honesty and integrity, some core values cannot change. And so we all again brainstormed, got into a room like this, and all of us said, what are our core values? So we said the most important core value that we have is compassion. So when I talk of compassion, I have to share another story with you. Do I have time? I have another. So as a fourth year MBBS student, we used to sit in the library and read. And there used to be a book called Cecil's Textbook of Medicine. I'm not sure if it is around any longer, but those days it was a big fat book. And the initial pages of Cecil's textbook had a whole lot about philosophy of medicine, many things, history of medicine, many things were there. And there I read an incident about this doctor in rural America. He becomes the president of his society. And that year, the society is having its annual meeting near his home, and he is going to be presiding over it. For him, that is the pinnacle of his career. He does not have anything more to look up to. And so he's all prepared. He prepares his speech, writes it down, rehearses it, wears a, I think, bow tie, whatever description, and they go to the meeting. As the meeting starts, somebody passes a slip to him. He reads it, leaves his prepared text with somebody, and walks off, and doesn't come back till the evening. Dance and dinner is happening, and he comes in looking tired and haggard. What happened? You were supposed to be delivering the presidential oration. Somebody else delivered it on your behalf. You were absent. He said, when the meeting started, that slip that came to me said that a patient of mine had died. And I felt that at that moment, it was more important for me to be with the family than deliver the oration on the podium. And so I left. Even today, when I recount that story, you know, it just fires me up. That is the kind of physician that I think I would aspire to be. That is the kind of physician I would like my students to be. And that is compassion. During COVID, you know, we overnight, all of you would have gone through this horror. Suddenly we separated families with COVID, their relatives separated, middle of the night. We had one night, we were new to COVID. It happened in the rest of the country, and COVID came to our region 4 or 5 months later because people don't travel to that part. But one evening we had 23 people decided COVID positive. And so we had to separate them. And family members said, no, it doesn't matter if I'm negative, I will also stay there. And it looked so cruel. But then, but my staff, my colleagues all of us knew very little about it those days during the first wave. But then my colleagues, look at their compassion. The nurse, there's an old lady sitting and talking on a phone and crying. I went there for rounds and the nurse sits with her. She's also in all her protective gear. She sits with that lady, hugs her and gently rubs her back. I have a picture of it somewhere. And such an example of compassion. All of us are in trouble. All of us are uncertain. All of us are fearful. Yet this nurse, who I don't know what was her training, has it in her to, comfort another human being in misery. And that nurse, is my icon for compassion. And then we said, all of us talk of teamwork. The truth is, teamwork is very important. Somebody goes to NASA and they're waiting to meet some scientist in NASA. And so this man comes to clean the floor. And so they're all good, no? Hello, good evening, how are you? How is it? If you go to the US, you'll see, this spontaneous greeting is pretty common. So he says, how do you do? And say, I'm very well, sir. And so what are you doing here? He looks at this visitor and says, sir, I help put people on the moon. This man is a cleaning personnel. And he realizes that keeping the place dust-free and spick and span is a very important part of making sure that you're able to put. So in my hospital, if somebody were to come and ask Nikhil is a general duty attendant, and if you have to ask, I would want Nikhil to say, I help people treat cancer. Because keeping the place clean, everybody in the organization is important, whether it is a cleaning personnel or a nurse or a technician or a patient navigator or a doctor or anybody. Every one of us is important, and every one of us contributes to keeping patients healthy, well, and healed. So sometimes in our ICU, we have sick people on the bed, and then I have this cleaning lady who comes and cleans the floor. She brings the machine, but then I see her chatting with the patient on the couch, on the bed, and sometimes she will say something and the patient will smile, and then some of them will sing while they're at work. And these are all, I think, immensely healing procedures, healing activities. And we are very happy that, our colleagues have the ability to do this. We want to be people-centered. Yes, it is often said patient-centered. If you look at the IOM description of quality, it is patient-centered, but we corrupted it. We said it should be people-centered because, yes, patient is there, but beyond the patient, there is a family of the patient. There are anxious relatives, sons, parents, wives, spouse, people. And we have to keep all of them in the center of our activity. And then we also have our own colleagues. When we have to be compassionate to patients, very important that we are compassionate to our own colleagues. We are very quick to find fault and criticize. I used to be like that, very, very demonic. When I was at the Cancer Institute, now people tell me, they would come and see my shoes outside the ICU. They will make an about turn and go away. Okay, they were frightened of me. They were scared of me. I don't want to be a mentor like that. I don't want to be a doctor who frightens people away. So we want to be compassionate and kind to everybody around us, including our own selves. We want to make sure we are evidence-based. All of you understand, we must be evidence-based. Today, nobody will accept, I feel this is the way to do that. The generation is gone. Today, we want data, we want proof, we want scientific evidence. So when we do something, one of my nurses will ask, where is the data for that, sir? And 15 years ago, Ravi Karan would have taken offense. But today, I think, very good thing that this is happening. So we sat and wrote down, we want mutual respect. We want to make sure that because everybody is treating patients, like cleaning man put person on the moon, Nikhil puts patients on the path to health. And so we have to be mutually respectful. And so we wrote down all our core values, and now we are trying to teach these core values to everybody who comes in. We are trying to understand the process of inculcating these core values to everybody who comes and wants to work with us. The other thing, our current passion is to take treatment as close to people's homes as possible. So earlier we thought we have this main hospital here, and then we will put these satellite clinics, which will be daycare of 6-8 beds, 6-8 staff, where we will do chemotherapy, palliative care, OPD visits, endoscopies, biopsies, and things like that. So envisage a system where around us there will be clinics, and then we said we will have PEP centers, prevention, early detection, and palliative care. Both ends of the disease care spectrum, which are so important. Prevent not only for cancer, for cardiac diseases, for renal disease, for everything. Prevention and early detection, and the other end of the spectrum, palliative care, are low-hanging fruit, but low resource intense. The returns in terms of investment are enormous, enormous. Prevention and early detection actually helps save money. Same way, good quality, aggressive palliative care actually saves money by avoiding needlessly fruitless forms of treatment. And so we want to put these PEP centers in multiple areas, which will serve small communities of 1,000, 2,000, 5,000 people. But then suddenly the government of Tripura offered us a large plot of land in North Tripura, and so our greed, we must put another hospital. And as a team of people engaged in healthcare or industry or whatever, we must be nimble enough, like what happened during COVID, we have to be nimble enough to adopt to different opportunities that come and make the best of it in order to serve our communities better. See, remember, we're all healers, we're all clinicians, but we're also teachers, we're also researchers, but most importantly, every one of you is a change maker. God bless you all. Have a wonderful, fulfilling life ahead. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir, for all those vignettes, for all of the things that you shared from your story, your life, and your work. That's the stuff we do not get to learn on Google. So thank you so much for that, sir. That was truly awe-inspiring. Now, may I request our president to kindly present a memento to our chief guest. I now request our Honorable Director to present mementos to our President and to the guest of honor, Dr. Saxena.
So Dr. Agarwal said that there is going to be opportunities for trainees from JIPMER to visit other hospitals. Please consider us as one of the hospitals that your students can go to.
That will be an honor, sir. Except that this is possibly I'm on my last legs. So I think the next director and dean will do it, but I'm sure everybody would be very pleased. So that's what we did at the last convocation, and we'll extend that. Thank you, sir.
I now request our Honorable Director to sign the convocation register and initiate closure of the convocation.
Sir, may I have your permission to declare the convocation closed?
I permit you to declare the convocation closed.
I declare the convocation closed.
I now request our Dean Academic to kindly deliver the vote of thanks.
Esteemed Chief Guest, Dr. R. Ravikannan, Director, Kashar Cancer Hospital and Research Center, Silchar. Dr. Vishwamohan Katoch, President of the Institute. Professor Ashok Kumar Saxena, Member of the Institute Body. Professor Y.K. Chawla, Chairman of the Standing Academic Committee. Dr. Mrs. Sita Lakshmi Kannan. Dr. Amita Agarwal. Mr. Mahesh Krishnamurthy, Registrar. Distinguished guests, former faculty for gracing this occasion. Faculty members, graduating students and their family members, prize donors and their families, press and media representatives, ladies and gentlemen. Today we gather here to celebrate a momentous occasion, especially for the recipients of the degrees today, the 13th Convocation Day. On this remarkable day, we come together to recognize and applaud the dedication and hard work of our future doctors. It is a great privilege to stand before you and express my heartfelt gratitude and appreciation on this joyous occasion. First and foremost, I would like to thank our chief guest, Dr. R. Ravikannan, for being there and imparting such pearls of wisdom just now heard in his convocation address. Thank you, sir, for your gracious presence today. I'm thankful to our esteemed President, Dr. V.M. Katoch, for presiding over the ceremony and inspiring us all with his presidential address as always, every year. You have always been a pillar of strength to us, and with your invaluable leadership and being a guiding light for us. We are grateful to you, sir, for this impetus which continues to motivate one and all. I'd like to express our gratitude to Professor Ashok Kumar Saxena and Professor Y.K. Chawla for gracing the occasion. We deeply appreciate your participation and the inspiration it provides to all present here in this hall. I would like to express my gratitude to our respected director, Dr. Rakesh Agarwal, for his relentless support throughout for the last many days, many weeks, many months, and the infectious enthusiasm which we all see always for achieving everything so perfectly. I would like to extend my heartfelt congratulations to all who received their degrees today and whose journey from aspiring students to accomplished medical professionals has been an inspiring one, filled with countless hours of study, dedication, and sacrifice. Your commitment to the well-being of others is a testament to your character, and we eagerly anticipate the positive impact you will make in the world of healthcare. To the families and friends of our students, we acknowledge and appreciate the unwavering support you have provided throughout this challenging journey. A heartfelt thank you to our esteemed faculty and educators who have selflessly dedicated their time and knowledge to shape the minds of our future doctors. Your guidance, mentorship, and wisdom has equipped our graduates with the necessary skills and knowledge to excel in their medical careers. Last but not the least, I would like to convey our gratitude to the dedicated organizing team and all the individuals who invested their time, energy, and support to ensure that this is a convocation which will be etched in our memories forever. I would like to specially mention the Dean Research, Medical Superintendent, Dean Karekal, Professor of Examinations, Associate Deans, Registrar, Assistant Registrar, staff of Academic Section and Exam Wing, Convocation Committee members, student volunteers, IT Wing, Telemedicine, and studio as well as the main auditorium staff, CPWD, horticulture, printing press, Hindi cell, administrative and account section staff, transport section, security staff, outsourcing wing, and housekeeping staff. My apologies if I have missed someone. In closing, as a graduate step into the noble profession of medicine, this is particularly for the outgoing graduates, let us remember the profound responsibility and privilege that comes with it. Your journey has only just begun. And as you embark on your medical careers, we trust that you will continue to uphold the highest ethical standards, provide compassionate care, which we just now heard, and contribute to the betterment of human health. Once again, on behalf of all present here, I extend a heartfelt thanks to everyone who has made this convocation possible and wish all the recipients of the degrees the very best of luck in their future endeavors. Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, I now request all of you to rise for the national anthem. After the anthem, kindly remain standing in your places until the academic procession has left the hall.
जनगणमनधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंधु गुजरात मराठा द्राविड उत्कल वंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्छल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभाशिष मागे गाहे तव जय गाथा जनगण मंगलदायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे
That marks the culmination of today's program. May I remind you that we would love to have the pleasure of your company for lunch. So lunch is arranged for all the members of faculty and dignitaries on the first floor of this auditorium. For the administrative and other staff, lunch is arranged in the adjoining room on the left of the auditorium as we face. Students, graduates, and their family members, their parents can have lunch, which is arranged in the community hall. So kindly carry your food coupons with you. May I request all the students to kindly not use the exit that leads out of the hall from behind. If you have to leave the hall, you leave from the sides because there is a photo session which is planned behind. So please spare the exits behind the hall and use the exits on the sides to go out of the hall. And heartiest congratulations to all the graduates.